Hello, hello. I'm gonna play Great Ace Attorney Chronicles today. I hope that the game isn't too loud. And I'm gonna get started. I don't know anything about this game, really. Both of them. All I know is Sherlock Holmes is in the game, and they had to rename him Sherlock Sholmes because of copyright reasons. Anyways, and it's Phoenix Wright's ancestor that you play as.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Justice. I don't want to say that word. Honestly. Defendants, antechamber 5. Still can't believe it. Still can't believe this is happening. Can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, nothing. Savior glares. Sorry. My name is Yunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. Hang on. Game is a bit loud on my end. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. It's not obliged to listen to such obtuse abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. Until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities, look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. Hello, Darkness Shadow. And yet, I still seem to know better than you, how court officers should behave. Right, Inosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Just realized the badge? Sweet VIP? Yeah. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by a student. But obviously, didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me, I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. And there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up, hold your head high. You mean... believe you. I know you're innocent, Inosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I, a star student in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive. Excuse me? Wait. Just cut me off. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive, he must have been talking out loud. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. Qualifications don't mean much, yet. Exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. Looks like you're gonna get to study abroad at last. I know. We've been forever dreaming of this day. Ivan. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud, as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. Wish I could see it too. And come with me. We'll have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's city of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. Better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Sogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Sogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To his Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. Seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at the university before. I see. Go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Inosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Inosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I am a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. Heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Sogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you know if I've heard, Sogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? Ah, as I suspected. You were unaware of this. I had a feeling that Sogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand. Once proceedings get underway. But, then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right? So, as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do. But, what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Ah, it would seem our oh my goodness. I'm not even attempting to say that. Discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. No point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. It's pretty harsh. This is it. If the trial goes badly, Kazuma's dream of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence? Trial that would decide my destiny. November 9 a.m. Supreme Court Judicature, I don't know. Courtroom 2. So this is a courtroom. This is Supreme Court of whatever. I should probably look up how to actually pronounce that word. I'm assuming I'm going to see it often. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Powers that may have demanded that this be a secret trial. Secret trial? A trial that's close to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Nosuke. It's about to begin. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As for the defense, before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures is for the defendant's advocate. Oh my goodness. Whatever. To be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's gonna defend me? That's the question that the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I am standing here besides the defendant.
Yes!
What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now for the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear it to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defense desire. defendant's desire to advocate for himself in his trial. Well, well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident that he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Sam? Hmm? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what? I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated the most heinous crime in Japan. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature, of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the most simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Only state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't remember that. Well, what was it again? Inosuke? Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? Know me so well. All the relevant information of this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. Simple. You can access the court record with a press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that and it's all in there. You just have to press E for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose. This is a list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching the people instead with E. Find the details about the victim here. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press Z to go back. Kazuma Sugi, 23, Senior Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend, despite being a student. And despite being a student, he's qualified to be a defense lawyer as well. Medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensic medicine. And Kazuma's mentor, Taketsuchi Achi, the lead prosecutor of the case, would appear to have little love for the changes social mission had brought on. John H. Wilson, 47, victim of the case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. Okay. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in court record. Now you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the People's section of the court record, then press R to present.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. That sounds supposed to be like, well, at least you can remember the name of esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable, are an ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilled on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? I didn't do it. In this case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policy markers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Dear, look at the time. Better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible. It's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. Should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, defendant. Oh, hold on. Stretch. Alright, I'll stretch. I don't feel like I need it at the moment, but it doesn't hurt to do it. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Cause of death. Well, obviously that was, Inosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find a piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Present. Do it now. Proof that I'm a student in Imperial Yume University. Always wear on the collar my uniform jacket. Postmortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by the loss of blood from a gunshot wound to the chest. Bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Okay.
Yes!
Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhage death to the gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report. I take it? Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects the corpses to identify the cause of death. in an autopsy. But here, in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern torch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. So, that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The details incredible. Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts of the case, prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Godoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. What? You bleeding? The fuck? You alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Oh, okay. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, and why can I not remember how to say that word? It's a very common occurrence that I just forget how to pronounce things. Whatever. Occidental Eatery 3 days ago. I don't know, if there's ever like verbal dyslexia, if that something that exists, that's probably something that I have. Understood. Hasanaga, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. I won't, sir. No petty introductions from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, aspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there was only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in that place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried over to the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, a gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up the gun I found lying on the floor besides the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw you enter. But the next time you interrupt an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defendant. Don't worry, Rinosuke. I'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand, the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. Got a little something there. Side of your mouth. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but this deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Rinosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do?
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, dear me. What are we gonna do with you? Your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. That's not a good sound. Is there a chance you're mistaken? As your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan in the restaurant, as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout, drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right, I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course, here you are. What's that about? Been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered the court record. So, the court has now heard a precis of the case. Yes. At the moment, the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem that we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency? If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I've put enough clue to pin the blame on the wife. If she is his wife, we don't know who she is yet. Also, I heard this case is 5 hours long, so it's probably a little bit more complicated than that. I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm gonna be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Miyotoba said it, and the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I've said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing to now throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just gonna be to abandon that duty? Are you gonna give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Inosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. They will see how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls us next witnesses. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witness at once. Witnesses, kindly state your name and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. Great Nippon Imperial Army Surgeon, Ayasa Nosa. Reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon. and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble province in the 2nd district. Kuryo Korakutara Korakuta, I think. Irish service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take the tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. Oh boy, this dude's lines are gonna be awful. Read. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios which I make my business. I can't understand a word that the old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Cano. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and sells his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. What was that noise? This man is impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I've heard a strange noise during that. Yeah, I heard a strange noise during the last thing that he said. What was that? So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Kazuma's an attractive man. Now the court will hear your formal testimony, please. He will state everything you saw. Precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir? Sir, yes, sir. What is that noise? Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Savory memories of the most acerbic afternoon? Is there something in the whatever that dude is holding making that noise? Oh wait, no, hang on. Does he have a baby on his back? Is that what like this little harness thing is? What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a whatever discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of particularly fine golden curd to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. Yeah, he must have a baby on his back. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the Englishman civilian from the back. The cowardly little weasel. That's wrong. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious courier. Well, so Sergeant Nusa actually witnessed the vital moment. Saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in when an English gentleman may sail in daylight. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Really true, Rinosuke? Yes. All I did was pick up the gun I saw laying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down just as I was picking it up. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue to who that criminal was. There is? Rinosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt that in the testimonies of these witnesses, the defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring the despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands the right to cross-examination. Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Oh? How do you know? The prosecution objects. This is clearly a waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Rinosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. Ow. They didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said had to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Rinosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright, then. It's all or nothing. I know exactly what he was lying about too. From the back. It was not from the back for what we know. It was from the front.
Yes!
What are you playing at, Cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Investing some photographic print into my mustache? Consistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. Nonsense. What could this print possibly tell us we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for amateur students here in the Grand Courtroom. It's so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. Couldn't be more plain. Spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there is a clear discrepancy here with the surgeon's statement. What? Sergeant Ayasa Nosa. Yes, sir? What, sir? The statement you just made was this. Black uniform varsity cadet fired on the Englishman civilian, and from the back like a cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed a crime with my own military grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because. Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, well... There's a baby on his neck. What the... What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back and he pushed it down again? Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy in the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Ayasa Nosa. Nosa? Did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. Well, that's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There was no place for an amateur prosecutor here in the Grand Courtroom. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. The university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? hunting for the treasure. Treasure? Indeed, the Hoei era Koban, prize coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute, in the hopes of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I preferred my Hoei treasure. I believed that he would purchase such a rare find. He did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, there was no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did. But I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Oe treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Oe Koban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel, whatever, pocketed the prize coin for himself. Did the sergeant steal it? Did his baby take it? As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, prosecutor? Auchi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. On hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear. There is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegations. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's someone looking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative, the newest member of the Nosa family to rise up in the ranks, sir, named Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the surgeons being too strapped to forward a nanny. Ido, tension. Father is about to quail the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. True culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. Young lad in the black. That much I did. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, standing all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. The waiter.
Yes!
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. There was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. Must have seen her. And everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
You call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We're not here to listen to your fantasies. Oops. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. I don't really see anything different, besides the body just not being. As plainly be seen, there's only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. The photographic print of the crime has been entered into the court record. I don't understand what's going on here. It's just not possible that no one else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintained that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we will be able to telegraph the report to the Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, and we all know the ink is still fresh on the treaty of the Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Achi, will have contributed to the enmity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Rinosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understand? Rules can be so unbending at times. It's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was a young man in black. We did see. Visual search of the premise at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. I'm assuming that we would have to use... Can I like look at this? No, I can't. We would have to use this, maybe. Oh wow, there's a magnifying glass. Interesting. Let's see this. So no, it doesn't look like there's any much difference besides the body just not being there. So I'm assuming we would have to use this on one of the statements. Either on this one that I would have to do impress them.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What? What did you say, Cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. Both of you would have failed to see the professor's dining companion. It's just not possible. Fortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's just not a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole opponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. What do you think, Renosuke? What's the matter? Can't find anything. Can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for. Can't win this trial. No. Giving up that easy? Listen, the first thing to do is calm down. Can't expect the witnesses' statements to be full of holes every time. So just take your time. Try to tease more information out of them first. What do you mean? You can choose to either press or present against each of the witnesses' statements. A witness is... Well, I just did that on accident. But if a witness is saying something that you're suspicious about, press him on it with Q. With a little luck, you may get more details, which could prove to be crucial. Right, I see. The important point is there's no sense in holding back. Anything even slightly jars with you, press the witnesses on it and press them hard. Alright, got it. I'll press them like blocks of tofu. The professor wasn't alone in the restaurant, I'm sure of it. One way or another, this cross-examination is going to prove I'm right. It's time to press them for a while they're worth. My fate depends on it. Even if I was wrong, same thing. I'm myself, I did see. Should I push them on this one? Visual search of the premise at the time confirms that we were the only person present. Self. Oh, I can't go back. What do you think, Rinosuke? Oh, just gonna say the same thing. Okay. Maybe I should press this one, because he said that he was under the table. He didn't care about the gunshot. I'll try it.
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at this point. At that point in time. I've told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it that way. Maybe that wasn't right. Just finished drinking my coffee, I was about to leave the restaurant when... Or maybe it was right. I noticed the gun was on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. At exactly that moment... gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? What do you mean? In your case, you found the pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up a koebon from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. I'm gonna press him on this then.
Yes!
Cause the waiter was there. Must not... There was a lady there.
Attention!
As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel as I'm growing a callus in my ears. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Only there have been more people dying at a time than someone else would have noticed her. Fortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. A quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. No, of course the place was almost empty. That's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. Is that counsel? Hey, Sion. It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. At a clinic? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. Very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. Prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really had no bearing on the case. Wonder. Do you think, Rinosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Yeah, sure, why not? You never know when it might come up. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard the conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
How has it been so far? We haven't gotten much progress. All we know are the facts of the case, or all we know currently is the main character and his best friend, Kazuma. Kazuma's the best friend. Ryunosuke is the main character. They are second-year students at a university, and Ryunosuke, at the moment, is being tried for the murder of one of the professors at the university. He is from Great Britain, and his name is John Wilson. John something Wilson. And he was shot, and Ryunosuke is believed to be the killer because he was seen holding the gun, or a gun, at the scene of the crime, which was in a restaurant. And so far, all we know is there was 3 people there. The waiter, these 2 people, one of them is a surgeon, the other one is an antiques dealer, and then, Ryunosuke and of course, the professor. And Ryunosuke believes that there was a woman sitting with the professor, but no one saw her, so she's kind of a mystery at the moment. So that's pretty much all we know now. Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon. You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense this request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's the most disturbing trend. Shut up, boomer. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. The victim's medical report card has been entered into the court record. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore everything. Explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korekuda-san. Dude, alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself? So the only ones I haven't pressed is this one and the very first statement. So I'm gonna just press this one. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree at that point, isn't it? Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beefsteak on the victim's table, a meal for one. No. The antiques dealer, the surgeon, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Therefore, Or no, they're in the black uniform cadet. I'm gonna press the very first statement then, see if that gives us any more information. Excellent work, Rinosuke. We gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. Can't see what it brings. Can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got there. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it with a little more detail. How exactly? Unless some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass, these are the ones you may examine. Space, and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Okay. The crosshairs start to pulsate. Investigate it further. Okay. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Can we look in there? Doesn't look like it. Says Hada Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I got the only cold I ever had in my life. I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. I don't want to miss anything. Okay. Cry for every visit. Dentist. Looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. Probably a record of a long-term treatment, that's why. Family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean, as long as I'm alive, never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there's no point, so you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, then give you painful injections? And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege? All when you're at your lowest ebb. Sound like a model patient. Bad case of stubbornness nonetheless, for which the only cure is a very bitter medicine indeed. Okay, there's nothing there. Can't find anything out of place. What do you mean? Let's have a look. Is this some kind of medical history? There's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extractions of molar with topical anesthesia. Extractions of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It seems so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. And he was eating steak at a restaurant. Why? Well, I guess you can eat it on your other side. Perhaps they use laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I have heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. Ah, it's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Yeah, like, really? Why was he eating? He was eating. Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Okay. This new information. The meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. So, he was not dining by himself. Or he wasn't dining at all, if that's the case. Okay, now go back.
Yes!
2 G-Dilfs? One of them is only a Dilf. He has a baby on his back. Well, I think, oh, where were you? About what? About what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I am the accused. Inosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly that the cross-examination you just carried out, when you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Korakura-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. Don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten that word so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's remember, Renosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there was no one else besides this pale-faced people. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, I told you that as a result, the victim may have been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, Karat? He has orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or no drink. Other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? That can't. Orakura-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there is more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. That can't possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of anesthesia. Whatever. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see at the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Can you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Renosuke? Hmm? Yes, most definitely. So just having undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is gonna be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... It's either 2 witnesses? No, probably not. It's probably the mysterious woman. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything else. Yeah, we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was someone else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It is clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma? Are you insane? You would take on the government? Man's got a headband and a katana? I think Renosuke has a katana too. This is me and you in court, Dev. Which one would you be? Don't worry, counsel, I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. These 2 witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? You know I'm Kazuma? Yeah, I'd probably fit Renosuke's role because I'm really fucking awkward in public. We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the 2 of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you'll be charged with perjury. And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! I like how he was like flailing like that. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just sitting you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they that's what they told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Kura-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with the lady from overseas? What? Why are you surprised about that, Rinosuke?
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? These witnesses gave false testaments? Statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. They're paid off by someone. Order. I'll counsel explain what's going on here. It's painfully clear now. Tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. So, you're prepared to be tried as a conspirer to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Inosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they're sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Achi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there's only a handful of possibilities. Could have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm we tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Oh, of course, we need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything, just to make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it is proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait. Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. Knew nothing. What does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency? Ugh, no time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout the first name that comes to my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... oh no. This is just like taking a shot in the dark, huh? It would be him, wouldn't it? Because these are the witnesses. He's dead. He obviously didn't do it. Obviously, you know, Kazuma didn't do it, so...
Yes!
There. What do you make of that? I think, counsel, that you may want to close your ears as well as your eyes. No? Otherwise, the signs of disappointment in the courtroom may, well, deafen you. Ah. Yeah, that didn't work. Let's see. Can I have anything? It's a bullhole. I mean, should I say the prosecutor then? I mean, he's acting like he didn't do it. Chief Inspector oh, he is not a... Okay, hang on. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, you see it? Says the witness's name here. Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it here somehow, it somehow here. The waiter's business card. Is there anything else I can look at? Besides this? I know the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moment following the incident. There's nothing to show the woman that you say you saw there. Exactly, and that's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen. Hmm? Oh yes, what of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Rinosuke. Okay. I think that's all we can get from there. So yeah, let's go back. And next time, we'll do the quote-unquote waiter. Otherwise, I'll have to use influence I have in this courtroom to shut it down permanently. I don't know what's about that prosecutor exactly, but he really makes me once in pain sometimes. I don't have a great deal of influence myself, but believe me, I can find other ways to make you keep your mouth shut as well. Alright, don't get angry. I'll think again. There must be a clue somewhere in all the evidence to the court record. Actually, now that I think about it, there might be some piece of evidence I haven't thoroughly examined yet. And what does the defense have to say about all of this, huh? Get his ass.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hasanaga-san. Hasanaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock. What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that is the man is truly a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Renosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. Truth about Satoru Hasanaga-san's real identity, proven by this evidence.
Yes!
Line of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree. It shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the back of the card. Of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes. It's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hasanaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely good. Gracious. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter's a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you've seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Oh. Oops. Well. Hold it? Who said that? Oh, hey dude. Inspector Hasanaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course, here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It is my guiding principle. But I let myself to be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you meant to say, you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Oh, of course, your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there has been a series of incidents at the restaurant lately. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hasanaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. That is indeed true. Clearly you would have. You would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you are required to these witnesses to be in agreement. You require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders, you mean to say? Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yuma University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them studying in the medical facilities research laboratory is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it was prudent to check her identity first. And the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was certainly Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yuma University's medical facility. What? What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellencies to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we now have discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of our ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hasanaga? Yes, sir? You will locate this Giselle? That how you're supposed to pronounce it? That's an odd name. Giselle. I'm just gonna call her Giselle. Brett, and escort her to the courtroom with utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. Court will be adjourned briefly. Prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good. Then we'll have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of blah blah blah. Defendants antechamber. Excellent work, Rinosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Ha ha ha. Anyways, it looks like we exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, student from Great Britain, isn't she? That's what I've been trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened? that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table. I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down to pick it up, is Kazuma the Mia of this game? I think Kazuma is supposed to be the Edgeworth of this game, but if Edgeworth was also a defendant and working with Phoenix. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, seems like I was right. Pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my whatever I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system, even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest, youngest stars overseas to learn all they can. I want to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, and I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. Then I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma. Well then. Looks like it comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor. Did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. I have no doubt that your pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. Something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what hit them. Can Azuma? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then I'm fairly sure I would have already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. I'm found guilty in this trial, and he's really gonna give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. Save the thank yous for you. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Second of November, 12:09 p.m. Courtroom 2. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Achi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to us Young Stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Ugh, sorry. Let the government scrutinize, that's the job. Nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial. Anxiety over some foreign governments. A secret trial. Anxiety over some foreign governments' opinions. A bungled investigation. Missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up. Shut up, you jumped up. You and your friend know nothing. Nothing in the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with the great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny I'm no expert. I'm just a student and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth of its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats. Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett? Yes. Your Excellency. Look at the hat! Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussion takes place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, can we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Sunaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Canard. Yeah, we know about you already. Inspector Hasanaga, what are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. So that your powers of observation are one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman? Sorry, Rinosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Why can't we see your face, huh? What the fuck is that supposed to say? Oh. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in UMA University Medical Facility. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song. If you're gonna go work abroad, or not work abroad, go study abroad at a different, in a different country, why don't you learn the language? Well, I mean, this is also early 1900s Japan. I'm sure any other, any people who came to said country, especially ones from England, did not take the time to learn Japanese or any language that they from any country if they visited or were going abroad there. And that still stands pretty true today. Most people go to a country and expect everyone there to speak English. Especially if English is their mother language. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Haha, you obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Man's a bootlicker? Yeah, probably. Brown noser, that's how he got his position as a prosecutor. Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Rinosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking a stand. Now, we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at the restaurant called Le Carnaval, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. It's gonna take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? Yeah, like I just said. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. 1 year, the one who engineered her escape was just following special orders from the bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kindly to cast your eyes to this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. You mean to say, yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused stand right there in this courtroom and shot the victim in cold blood. She seems pretty suspicious. Order in the court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolute conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Fortunately, I will have to ask you formally to testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. All in French? No, she's not speaking French, she's speaking English. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. She's from England. Then, not long after, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously it couldn't have been the culprit. And death arrest or even worse so. This is... No, I didn't have any type of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, black-hearted blackguard. You black-hearted blackguard. And look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is gonna believe. Ugh. Still making the same mistakes, Renosuke. Mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's the lesson you need to learn. So annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. Took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. Testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she can conceal a firearm. I beg to differ. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location of where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There is no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words in the matter. You can hide it in your hat. What are you talking about? Or like strapped to your leg or something like that. Ah, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Rinosuke. I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding the gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Unable to eat, so I ended myself only a beefsteak. For a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. I'm impressed a lot. I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was to go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I'm directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyways, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry. Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyways. English is the future. We all must... Oh, speak English. I was wondering what that was said for a bit. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, huh? Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a complete straight face. To find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyways, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in what we said, doesn't it? Yes, I still have some coffee to drink. And the next time he got up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him straight before my eyes.
Yes!
Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point in repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, it was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. Highly suspicious lady. I will do. You dirty rotten scoundrel. Attorney. The baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. Seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. Nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. I did not carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been a culprit.
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's not... That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on the earth not? honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There's obviously no need for any further probing into that matter. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps? Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim, then that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, and prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there. I urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game's up. You can at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor at the end of which you shot him. Hi there, what are you doing? My dog just came in, which is an out and out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm just exactly the same as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyways, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, then the trial's over. Even with you, your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from across the room. Only too well, I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony doesn't make me feel any better either. First thing to do is press her on any of the statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day.
Yes!
After 2 p.m. in fact. That's really quite late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue? Ain't that right? No. Oh. Decisive English no has quite sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, yes. It all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. Shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
Yes!
Unable to eat, you say? There wasn't only beefsteak, too. Now it's because you just had a tooth removed at the Hoda clinic. Am I correct? That's right. It's supposed to be you're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of the fact? Seems so, yes. She heard that the professor would to have some type of dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. Right, you have here shows at the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience. I've traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world and to be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, has nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right. Other than some carbonated water? Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diner toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Each with a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Renosuke, about the witness's last statement? There's a missing glass. The last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, The significance of the statement will be apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to this testimony. Well, sidestep, counsel. Very well. Miss Brett? I'll repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, he said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent with the time. That's right. Can you really use that phrase? I hope there's some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Nosuke. We're missing a glass. That's supposed to be carbonated water. Anyways, let me present this to see if that has anything. Also, is it weird that he's in, you know, this chair when he's not eating? But I'll maybe present this, see if it says anything.
Yes!
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd, very odd. Hear me, what's odd in the defense's inability to express itself? Renosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's cheers. The cheers? Miss Britt just told us that she and the professor had cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah. You're quite right, counsel. There is only one glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over Mute? What possible difference does the presence or absence of the glass make of this case?
Objection!
Minute, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you gonna try and tell me you can clink with only one? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that Miss Brett who took the glass from the it would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she'd been saying. Good gracious. That's suspicious, what the fuck? Sorry. There. As I assured the court before, this is no consequence at all. Oh, please. You must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. You blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray. It's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No, this can't be put down as mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Well, you can put a gun in there. Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch, commonly carried by a well-to-do woman in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel, for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. I want to pursue this matter further. I'm going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there is. Handbag. Wait, the lady put glass in her handbag, you said? Yes, do you try to keep up? Sorry, I've been explaining to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There's no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. He didn't fire that gun. We can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. A true murder weapon, if you will. You can't be seriously suggesting. Inspector Hasanaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle's Brett handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. Order, order, order. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Achi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the searching. Somebody take him to the doctor? He said it's normal for him to cough up blood and it doesn't bother him. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I have to thank the student lawyer, really? I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. Photographic print. The print is a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Oh, is he okay? Order, order, order. Inspector Hasanaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. Hang on, I want to look at it. What is on his hand, though? Guess we'll probably talk about that later. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted to the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter. I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. The pathetic rookie slumped over on the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Renosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. In fact, you can chew on your a fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside yourself. This can't be happening. Am I really gonna be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph. Detective proved that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. One second. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. Seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. Smug little. Inosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you. Wait, Your Excellency. Inosuke? I don't think you can just rule on this case just yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago, you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means if there is a problem with evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at the photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Inosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. But that's exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. Something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. Only I can put my finger on it. Very well, I'll grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the retrial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photograph print Inspector Hasanaga submitted before. You will identify it for the court, where in this print you see the significant detail to which you have alluded. What's this on his hand?
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. Looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come up with. A burn, you say? On the victim's wrist? Clearly this has nothing whatsoever to do with this magnificent lady's handbag, whatever. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. Did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look into it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of its mark. However, as Prosecutor Achi points out, unless a firm connection to this case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Burnt has a lunch appointment with the Dean and the other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. Is your thinking on this, Rinosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure, but if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and hope that I may uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am. We just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, then we might be able to piece the shedding door back open again. Prize? That's supposed to be the word? Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue a little more in conjecture. But if we have evidence that irrefutably links the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you will allow it? I would, yes. To tell you the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as you pointed it out, what I had noticed was color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? To find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will not present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates the inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Ah, right there.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at the scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded furthermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay up with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph how the victim came to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist. The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
can't fool me with those little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Huh. Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! The emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Nosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. Could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other time, some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Aichi, the chances are that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? Can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But I would say, looking at the picture of this wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This is no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I have not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As a detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day, or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. He's suggesting. Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would have, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Achi? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it, Inosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? Never dreamt we would arrive at a conclusion like this, but we're starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson, no man can remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible. The man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness. Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion now. At once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly he has no grasp on the facts.
Objection!
No, Professor Achi, it's you who have no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If that's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it is highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you'll have to forget your luncheon engagement. But Your Excellency, the justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. She knew Japanese this whole time. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. Oh my god, shut up! As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. So she's probably a murderer and a racist. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with all of you on your own level. Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this, the lavish consideration you so graciously offered us. See. In that case, Miss Brett, I'll now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally gonna hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Grinosuke. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought in my steak, the professor and I raised our glass in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possibilities of death besides a gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyways. Did she poison him? That most captivating and beautiful testimony go down in Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. No, not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. It seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's bird is utterly irrelevant. I'll be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what happened here today. Oh, and she's a Karen too? Yeah, fuck her. Minister of Justice. May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination for now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel. This will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Then you must proceed with the cross-examination. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. The waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glass in a toast. Can I go back at all? Oh, no I cannot. As far as I heard, the most important short no. Oh, let's press that. Yes, it was written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Lucky for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't gonna kill us. And here was no other side to trauma on this victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only mean the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. Doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have been already dead at that point. And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, that's a complete waste of time. Concur. Prosecutor Achi is right. There's some other way.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. Someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height. However, a person's life is taken, there's always a telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hasanaga? As I have said, I always aim for flawless investigation. Maybe physical traces of all those causes of death, if that was true. Maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. Poison? If heaven forbid you doubt me, young man. You're gonna have to tell everyone exactly how you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Achi, will cut down any who dare cast his aspirations. Way of killing someone that leaves no trace? I need some evidence to back it up here. Yes, evidence. But of course, this country's inferior investigation.
Yes!
Fresh that. Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. The criminal is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means, even if the investigation takes
Wait.
What? Why are you coughing? Which means, even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. How do I... Oops. What did that say? Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't occur to your naive detectives to try and preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as you can, you understand. Taylor Blow. The lady is formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting to our police. Our police may be flawed. Perhaps Professor Achi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, something about what Spirit said just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Rinosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean to find a way. There must be some kind of clue to help us find a chink in her armor. Suma? What, Rinosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brent? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hasanaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if that may be significant, if it may present an opening. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. You think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. Wonder what Kazuma's thinking. Find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
Yes!
Was this the one? No, it wasn't this one. Oh, it's the one out there.
Yes!
Inferior. Do you mean by that? Stays after your incident. How do I? Yes, there it is again. Detective's reaction just now, same as before. Why? Well, now the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're unusually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time. Sue the man in his train of thought. Sorry? Sue? I'll explain how to do it now. Inosuke? It all has to do with the witness marker. The moment we're focused on Miss Brett, but who's the person actually making a critical statement? But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witness, you'll be able to pursue them with space. You can catch the person just at the right time. You might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with A and D and focus on the detective. Pursue him with space and see what's on his mind. Here we go. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence might be lost.
Excuse me!
What the? What is the meaning of this? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had said? Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please, share with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. Hmm? The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved with the case. Inspector Hasanaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I'd like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Sanaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean? What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's They're preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like Lady Remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there is some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. Time is coming, I guarantee it. Can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. Court will accept a glass bottle of water as evidence. Has entered the court record. Spread? Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Okay. Hang on. Gotta look at the bottle now. Let's see. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Anything else? So this carbonated water is the last drink Mr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Rinosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh, no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Rinosuke. More ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Yeah? Poison, probably? Fortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. Here's our glasses and a toast. As far as I've heard, the postmortem report shows no other possibility causes death besides gunshot. Some other way of blah blah blah. Yeah, let's present this, see if it does anything. Yes! What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? Only one person who could have possibly have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you ever even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusation could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one's crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever in this. Oh. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady. Where did that even come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady, what were you referring to? To describe your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, still investigate this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the insides of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests from every toxin that is available in this country at the present time. Yeah, the poison's probably in the glass. That's probably why she took it. We can find no traces of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I'm so sure. This cannot be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, the shot in the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? Sorry, Rinosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Take the picture. Yeah. Who said that? Oh, hello. Please, wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susado Bikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Bikotoba. In my darkest hour, with nowhere I left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. 22nd November, 1:14 p.m., courtroom 2. Well, I understand you're the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? Judicial assistant? A woman, no less? Yeah, we get it, dude. You're a boomer. The rules state females are not permitted in this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I only asked for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence I must hand over to the defense. It's too late, little girl. The trial's already been concluded. 5 minutes, and I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. Is it a report about something written in English? It's Giselle Brett's research. It's Giselle's Brett's research. English moments? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of career? I don't know how to pronounce that. And its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Cure air. What's that? Never heard of that word before. Cura, or I don't know. Cure. I'm just gonna call it that. Cure. Time's up. Cure. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There's too little time for me to read it in detail, but I summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Giselle's report has been entered into the court record. Goodbye then, and good luck. You have long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guests any longer. Well, let me look at the thingy. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungle of South America. Hunters of their region have been using it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Above mentioned effects occurs when poison enters the body through a wound, such as inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it is believed that the toxin could have application as in a state. Hello? Wait. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused by caused by as a real result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die. Is it possible that whoever issued him anesthesia when he got his tooth taken out, that it just took a long time to get in there? Either that, or she poisoned him through the glass. Anyways, let's examine. Oh, I can't examine. Okay. So we'll figure this out. Not long enough, Council. We cannot detain our English class any longer. I asked the prosecution and defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... Prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Inosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. Look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Britt. Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer? It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not very long until tea time. I have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brent. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize this phrase as a question, however. I must ask you to treat that as an order. Said it too many times before, but Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, Council. What is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett? We understand you're studying under we understand we are studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Council? A toxin known as Curar. I don't know. Your Excellency? Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
Okay, so it wasn't the anesthesia. It was... She probably just poisoned him there with his glass. What complete and utter nonsense. Hold on, is this a real poison? Oh, it is a real poison. How do you say it?
Curare.
Curare? Are you sure that's how it actually is said?
Curare.
Curare?
Curare or curare.
Curare, I guess. Okay. Curare, you say? Oops, I'm not. Never heard of it. You wouldn't have done. You mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Curare for one simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means... no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they would never identify Curai. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this deadly poison. Highly deadly poison. What? Order, order, order. Council? Does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. to lace their arrows. The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deeply in the Amazonian jungle. It was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. Claims that the animals shot by arrows laced with curai suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Attention!
Trumpery. These aspirations are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have certainly noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact is the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that the curare was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man loses all strength in his muscles, he would collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects would go largely unnoticed. I don't follow. Kazuma? That's just paralysis. I thought the poison causes instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. Poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscle that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Attention!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there's no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught. It's you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? Steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them? I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Barrett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalize on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Are you agree?
Attention!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes. I don't see, why not? Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry. To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy? Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? Y'all look quite stunned. So, no cure. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course. It's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in the grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the further ends of friendship between our countries. Oh, yes, dear lady. Most gratified with the assistance you have given. This does not make sense. There had to be poison in that bottle. So how'd she... What if she swallowed a whole glass and lived to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed over dead. Come on, Renosuke. All the clues now. The bottle of water? As I thought, there was no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Renosuke? Isn't that obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. Sometimes it's in need of a good staining until it is as dark as uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was Galileo ending to a promising line of inquiry. Oh. Was that right? Isn't there? But there can't have been. Otherwise she'd have killed over dead. Culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You serious?
Objection!
Oh, are you blind? There's no possible way the bottle can contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. I believe that complication can be explained. How, exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. Sure, the answer is in the evidence we have in the court records somewhere. Has to be. Very well. The defense truly intends to assert this claim. Then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water and escape? This one maybe? Because it was in the glass, maybe? Or...
Yes!
Team of defense, or I should say, the wretched accused, is the only real source of congregation in this case. You have to think hard on that, defendant. Making this complication more complicated than it needs to be. I don't know, is that the bottle or... the report? I don't know, I'll try the report.
Yes!
The answer to put this right is right in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not even a valid... That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't even speak English. The report's utter gibberish. Some young scoundrels trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. Just reading Susato-san's notes. Concur. This report's too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pretended section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? So maybe you can't get affected by that poison if it doesn't directly enter the bloodstream, so like you can still consume it. Let's see. We've been hearing a lot about this Curie poison, and it left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of their arrows that they shoot out whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey that the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they would be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel. No, that'd be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. Poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. So she poisoned him through his burn, maybe. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seems a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Curai enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authorized this research, you knew Curai's special characteristics, and you knew that you can make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. Middling little... Wait, that's a real... That's a real swan? I wonder if she used the glass that she took as like a way to stab him. Well, Rinosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Attention!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he reads in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. Did she call him ill-bred? What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish... flaw? Even your brain has managed to deduce Curai is safe to ingest. Seems like its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric... success? I don't know. Succus? Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? That's right. Or she has like a blow dart thing or something like that to prick him with or something like that. That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand now. Order? Order in the court? Order? The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would have been infected the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this Curai poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this? Well, it's inside me. I've never felt like this before. Sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. So intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
I don't think so, Miss Jezebel Brett. How? How dare you use that tone with me? What are you doing? You know very well there's no fatal flaw here. No, exactly. Hang on. No, very well, there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both of you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the cure? Alright. Okay, let's see. Look at that. Well, actually, never mind. There's a possibility she could have stabbed him, but that would cause, commotion, right? Wait, no. It's because he had an open wound in his mouth.
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. Fatal difference? Toxic effects of the cure are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you just had been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. Use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never will know what might happen to it. I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have been tragically destroyed. Officer, what are you waiting for? Looked up as much of that water from the broken bottle as possible at once. Wasting your time? This delightful carpet at my feet was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, I'll suck up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump that bench out and shout all you like, little boy. I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was any poison in that bottle, or not. You. Let us not forget. We still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photograph in Perk? I presumed your lady? That's alright. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? Poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using Kirare. And then in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find by the door. Find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. See? You had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. Hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest, delivered in cold blood by the accused Ryunosuke Naruhodo. It's unbelievable. How could this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes? And thus far, but now? You're the only one who can finish this. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there's any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? Maybe before you had powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan in her head. So think back now, try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, felt, every color. It's Cosmo, right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Actually, Kazuma? I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while, but something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all of this. Here, someone the clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been.
Take that!
Inspector Hasunaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? Still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime? Like, for instance, the plated steak that you took to the victim's table that day?
Objection!
Wait a minute, where are you going with this? Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. Memory. saw the scene shown in the photographic prints with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the table of the wood. I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on. Spattering of blood. What? Oh really? And what of it? Obviously that must have happened when you shot the professor? No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything here. The plate of the steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way the blood on the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Blood to have made it on the plate implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite of the professor as you were. Giselle Brett, I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused had apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate in the entrance of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. And we can find out for sure whether or not there's been a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector. The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No blood? No blood anywhere. But, no. So did she wipe it off? No, I saw it, I'm sure of it. It's right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say that you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. I can't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. Let's pretend to attempt at courtroom proceedings as painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about when it's over. The sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. And the steak has been entered into the courtroom record. Was the plate I saw or thought I saw just a figment of imagination? Can we look at it? Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. The hallmark from the Hoi era, I believe. No, I don't mean what it is. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoy Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. Imagine it's very valuable. Since this is the first time today we've talked of the Hoya Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion before bullion. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary though. This means this is not the plate from what you call it? This emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beefsteak. Seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this is a symbol of La Carnival, is it? Was that all? Certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath the thick of this cut of meat. It's from the Hoya era too. Would make it quite valuable. It's well marinated in all the juices as well. Look. What? What do you think about eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing is for sure. Heart's gonna be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath it for a prize. Think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Inosuke. Hope on coin underneath the steak. Only one logical explanation. Inosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself. Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. The evidence requested by the defense have not been shown to be problematic in any way. Presume any further examination of the evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? A bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal a shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. Sorry, Miss Brent, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. See, as a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, isn't it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel, for the defense, you will now clearly show the court what you were alluding to. What was this? I think it's a Koban coin. Oh, we already saw this.
Got it!
Good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth? Wait, era one. That? Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant the other day in question, is it? Tell me. Why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin underneath the meat? It can simply been a careless mistake by the chef in the moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to be believed that happens by accident in the kitchen? A rare hoi koban just happens to be underneath the steak, that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare hoi koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give my loyal job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyways. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant, even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what's going on under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person that can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is...
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and the owner of Rasute. Kurio Kuda-san. Kuriri? As in Mr. Cucumber or something? Obviously, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier along the military surgeon, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interests me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for a treasure. Indeed, the Hoi era koban, my prized coin. Then this Hoi era koban, you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No. Please, why would Kurakura-san koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurakura-san back into the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. About a moment's delay. Can't believe we come back to the round. Can't believe we come back around to that pair again. I have a hunch, a strong hunch. If we chase down the real significance of this koban, we'll find that it's the key element to this case. What's this all about? Why haven't I been called up again? Do you realize that it's dinner time for my little baby idol? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. When cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. Worthless, withered antique. Nothing more to say. The sun has set on this right Asute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Kurokura-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever... He caught it with his foot? Oh, yes, that's it, the very exact one that is. Pleasant to Hoey treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. Can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool, put me out of my misery. Where's my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beef stick and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it in there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoey treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an consistent I don't know thing. Excuse me. Can I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hasanaga. I mentioned this earlier in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. The Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thieves targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Looking crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being infected. So that's why you were sent undercover, is it? Yes. I took on the job as a waiter at the restaurant in order to flesh out the criminal. Seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So, unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kurakara's son's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who's the despicable scoundrel that stole Kurakura's son's Koban and hid in his steak? This dude.
Take that!
Obviously. It can only be you. Sergeant Ayasa Nosa? What? How dare you, you monster. Monster? I stole that Koban, didn't I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, Keda? But it wasn't me, it was Ido. Ido's the mastermind behind all this. You're blaming your baby? You would push the blame on your crimes to your own son, an innocent little baby? It is you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Clippity clop, clippity clop. Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Ayasanosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe. I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes? All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. While you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which morally believable. And your target that day was the old man and his goban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped a coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. You're a little phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot, I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket would... I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I'd too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it underneath the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you can carry on with this sir prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentleman please be excused, Your Excellency? Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled surgeon. It certainly appeared to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Carrying a coin out of a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. And for picking your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Very well, now all that question concerning this witness testimony has been answered. I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Inosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there's a contradiction in there somewhere. Something that didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think it later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What was it now? I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? Contradiction.
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Inosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? Sheer nonsense and such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without a knife and fork? Beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. She said they're exposed an undeniable contradiction. But I need to see evidence, Counsel. Miss Brett's words are truly contradictory. Where is the evidence to prove it? This?
Take that!
Steak that Miss Brett had been eaten before the professor was killed? Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. Steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edges where it's been eaten. I see you noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Take a good look at this steak, and in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, then there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, this will all be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything. I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacle samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady? What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She realizes the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes, now at last, it has all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that has been allegedly been eaten with poultry. The reason why the blood stain I saw somehow has disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Mr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that this tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything. Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Mr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of that phrase, You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about here hasn't even been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been... what? Just because it hasn't been shown yet doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? It can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
You don't have it. I don't. But there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, then it'll solve everything remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? This dude.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak, and as well as admitting to stealing Rokura-san's coin. He told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, Cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put the coin under in fact your own stake? Attention. Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the pure Nippon army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she's mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet, the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal a coin. Of course I didn't steal it. I didn't suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not gonna suggest. The sergeant switched the two steaks over? You did switch the plates. Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced that he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd begin my marching orders. So, when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? Yeah, I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you, so yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable. However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? Swear on the brass buttons of my uniform. That's all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and placed it, and the plate it was on, back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hasanaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. So that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. To preserve evidence that you've taken both. Ah. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? Can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wiggling your way out this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Mr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from a gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. What you're eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beef, steak, and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. Sorry for keeping you. Here's the other steak in his plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Yep, there's the blood. The blood stain. It's clearly visible.
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. Blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naohiro-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there is only one person who could possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Miss Jezebel. Jezebel. It's you. Outdone. My Japanese? Me? My Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no. Why are there chicks everywhere? What the fuck? Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman, forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmise, I choose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water? Because curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it'd all be over. I had placed the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as he had been dining alone. I'd leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That'd be me, I suppose? Yes, you. Who else? such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. Plan to pin Mr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right, there was 2 guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee, got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you sure I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun, as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point, he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. Took him to the pantry that joins kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because of course, he needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. So, there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? Shakora on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Wait, you're not gonna arrest her? Like, what the— It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This cannot be. Takashuchi Achi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. You better start getting used to tough opposition. Inosuke, Naruhodo? But yes? This insult to the Archie family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with the age council. The old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Thousand whatever, may pass, and the Achi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Inosuke Naruhodo, presents an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it It has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. The Western ideals of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits. What it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for young to pursue. Kazuma? Sogi? Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything the wider world you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What's that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Inosuke Naruhodo? Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Rinosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. This court is now adjourned. November 2:46 p.m. Defendant's antechamber is 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Rinosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result, too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we haven't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be in for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susaru Mikotoba, judicial assistant for the defense. Speaking of Mikotoba, oh, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. No, it is I who should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Assumingly, that's where you met with Dr. Wilson? I gotta sneeze. Maybe not. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Sogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. Swear on this, the spirit of the Soki clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean? After all, she's guilty of murder? Oh yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? She's gonna face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future for Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? Why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hasanaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must but what's this all about consular jurisdiction? We could not try to this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who's gonna bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her cause somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now. I would sign a treaty of friendship. Sign the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. And so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, I can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't I? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So, Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that's for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of competence for her? I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing the murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from here on. We can make a change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era, heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that the woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're going to be the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for celebratory drinks, but Professor... You're right, this is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Rinosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carnival, will you accompany us? Accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival. Food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naho-san's release. Oh, yes, thank you. So Giselle's Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. Never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Rinosuke. I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made a difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during the trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh, no, not me. All that intense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I just did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean? That's the point. Listen, Rinosuke. You know what the most crucial weapon is that of any lawyer. Any lawyer needs in order to win knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe what? The defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it? I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe, even that, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a kind of special person. Believing in your client? Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience. But you never stopped believing in me. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situations time and again. You never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it through your own efforts and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Rinosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hasanaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. You right there? Let's pick up this conversation again later. You should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain. Don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma? Professor Mukotoba? Susato-san, who acted as my assistant? Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was all because of the help and support of these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask for his favor for me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Oh boy, people weren't lying when I said the first thing is 5 hours long. I kind of want to keep going, but my voice might go out. Mm, how do I feel? I want to keep going. I I'll take a break though, cause I need to eat, and I'll just like rest my voice. Um, and I'll probably do one more trial, or at least get to the beginning of the next trial. Um, cause I'm not sure if all the trials are like 5 hours long. Cause I don't think I could do another 5 hours, but I'll at least get to the beginning of the next trial and like go through like the investigation portion, stuff like that. Um, but yeah, I'll do that. But I need to eat, so I'll take a quick break, like maybe 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna take a break for a little bit. Let me this up. There we go. Slap this right in the middle. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be back, and we'll start the next case. At least get through the investigation portion, and then when we get to the trial, I'll figure out if I want to keep going or not. So, see you then. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's get started on this. How many episodes are there? 5? Okay.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which she referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Ninth of January, 6:37 a.m. Or I didn't see what that was.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait!
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. And in cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Ugh, my head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait, I can't move. But is he is he being suspected of murder again? Fuck, what the hell? Why am I in handcuffs? So, you wake up now. We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I don't believe how you could not wake up. True cold-blooded man. You found me then? Duh, we found you. Now you pay, criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, huh? Sorry. Now you have been found, and it's time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, huh? No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know. Isn't that... Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato? Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where is Kazuma? You pretend not to know? You're a wolf in sheep's clothing. You're the killer. Don't try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. What the fuck? They killed Kazuma? Bitch. Well, I guess so. Here in this very cabin. What the fuck, they killed me? Yeah, right? Kazuma was cool. Here in this very cabin. That was bolted shut from the inside. His body. Kazuma was too pretty to die. What the fuck? Please. Do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. In these handcuffs, surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. No. Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought you your... It was really something else when they brought you your luggage in here earlier, though. I was muted. Where did I stop reading? I was muted, I'm sorry. Anyways, just imagine that I read all the lines that I did not read. Because yes, I was reading. And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or, to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still gonna deny the charge even despite the circumstances? Please, Susata-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. You don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we can learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next point or call. So presumably, that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then? That's true, yes. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened in this cabin? I don't understand that. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you'd know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say. You were here in the cabin after all? Well, yes, I was, but... he would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far in this voyage. This morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. And I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-san, collapsed on the floor. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea what had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but it's just very hard to believe. So very hard to believe for me too, trust me. Now I've told you everything I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy. Still throbbing like anything. Why are you even on board of this ship, Naruho-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have accompanied or occupied Kazu-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, that'd be impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why'd you go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I, that you ought to become a lawyer yourself? Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I assure you of that, but I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing, that he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought he could do that with you. Yes, maybe. Something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then. It was darker than I'd ever seen it before. Susato-san. I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you, my stowing away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he's trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself in that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. And, well, yes. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed? Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do. But it's the truth. If I only woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Is there something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me, I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this. Ugh. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? Can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. Now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I cannot not allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. So, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Yeah. She throw him on the ground? What the? That was a Susato takedown. Susato what? What martial arts form is that? I'm gonna need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already? What you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Ah, I see. You expected me to present some conclusive evidence? To get Sato-san to believe me? I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime.
Yes!
Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck on over the doors? Oh, yes, it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma was always put in place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Oh, yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I was truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the door on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma always thought highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me out? Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating here, at least. Thank you. So you finally believe me? I'm sorry, no. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back up in position. Does she think I am a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you. Make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you to use your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Burura. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all the passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Okay. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? Can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. Oh dear. That won't do. Oh, what's the matter? Sato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Ah, yes, that's no good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruto-san? I'm sure you're careful to look all around using BEM, aren't you? Now, let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. That's Kazuma's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had worked very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. Now he's gone, but I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. That's my dinner from last night. Roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here? Not a dog, Susata-san. I ate it on the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how did the plate end up on the floor? But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. He didn't touch it. Which means all the more for me. Oh no, does that mean Kazuma-sama spent his last night on Earth with an empty belly? It's too horrible. Oh, I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. That's my dinner from last night. Roast chicken. Really tasty. If there was an English person on the ship, it was them. Yes, it was very delicious. They're proven bigots. I mean, the dude that found Ryunosuke is Sherlock Holmes. Or Herlock Sholmes. And I guess he's English, but I mean, I don't think he did it. There's nothing wrong on this table at all. Plate and culture all over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny, I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama. Kazuma-sama. No. Sounds like he was drugged. Seiji. Or Seigi. Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy was always a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at these characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away on the ship? Now you're gonna bring that up, are you? I can't win. I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. What do you mean you can't find anything out of place? What is this on the floor? Anyways. It's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes. It carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah yes, I see it. It says this way up in Japanese. In hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear. Being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. It's a very large traveling... No. I wonder if I have to move it over to... what else is there? Hey dude, what's up? Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewmate makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me? What? I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it's not true. I see. Sorry? The criminal asking the investigator for information about his crime? Very funny. Oh, it's supposed to be a joke. Doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. Might have useful information though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Yet? Of course not. I go back to the corner of the room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. For Kazuma, he didn't even make it to his destination. Looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means... what? He was in the middle of writing when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. That's out of the question. What? Kazuma-sama may have departed from this world, but you may not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it. Or Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either, but in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? It's some 2 weeks ago we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in a wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout. Trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in a wardrobe. Last night was no exception. Because of that, you have no idea what was happening outside. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin? No, sadly not. Did Kazuma write that before he died? Looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. And I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage? Or Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. Suppose he was trying to leave some type of clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner. I can't read your writing. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then, what language is it? Pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? What do you think that is? Looks like a piece of broken glassware. Whatever that thing is, it appears to have broken clean in two. Glass is such a beautiful color. Looks like a cute little Itsuke fastener from a Komodo outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around him with him, would he? The marks behind it. Beside it, I wonder what it is. Sort of looks like a brick like you. Yes, you're right. It's the color of a brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything in the same color anywhere else in the cabin. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear so. Right? But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it would be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that. I suppose, maybe that's it. What are you doing? Who was that? He wasn't there a minute ago. He's gonna break the desk. As far as I can tell, he looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he... You've noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. Now, Oda-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances is all. Doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. He is investigating Kazuma's desk, or he's just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we must simply talk into him. We must simply talk with him. Am I just imagining it? Or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case. If you press space on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright then, I'll get to that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. Excuse me? Excuse me, do you have a moment? This is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings, I hope I haven't kept you long. What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What'd you see? Feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in the most troubling predicament? Oh, I guess that's true, at least. But how? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really the most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There's no mystery, my dear madame, for example. You have fled your native land of Russia, bringing as you are a merciless revolutionary? You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake and you now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the bee-ribboned occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now, nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you're talking about me, aren't you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims into his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did this, Akazuma-sama. What? And you're plotting a revolution too. It's shameful behavior, Moe-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen, there's no way I... Now explain yourself, tell me everything. This is ridiculous. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open up your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. As for you, what kind of deduction was that? You're just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? While venturing towards foreign climes, you do find yourself in the most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ah, there you have it, you see? What do you make of that, hmm? Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more of plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles. You see, I announce my findings with brassy centritude. And more often than not, I am right. I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women all over the world. The inimitable Herlock Sholmes. So, it's really you, the actual Herlock Sholmes. The very same. The imitable, actual Herlock Sholmes. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world, Naruhodo-san? Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on then? We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Herlock, was it? No, I have no her. I mean, I have hair. Please call me Sholmes. You can read about all my exploits in the exciting London publication. Oh yes, advanced magazine full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I've sent it from England especially. Ah yes, here it is. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective? Make no mistake, I'm not the poor, deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backwards. My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in a magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me as a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. Science? Really? The astute observer knows even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. Furtive glance? Furtive glance? I don't know. A twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows on the skin. All these things are data. Right. And the trained Logican makes deductions from this data in a blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few moments ago, how could he look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction. And fame. That is what makes me the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among the number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective, Sherlock Holmes, was on board. And the handcuffs seemed to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh really? Two facts, you say? Mr. Holmes, tell us please. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes. First, let me be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. Two facts I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering the escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed following the dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Holmes, what makes you think the victim is Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. That's the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling in their own heads. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? No. Wasn't he? Indistantly, I considered... I don't know how to say that. Gargrog? don't know if that's actually supposed to be Russian. Initially, I considered that may be the name of the killer, a certain Garden Guard, or Robert Guard, perhaps? But in the interest of my thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe, there at least, where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. How is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were weaving the same attire as the victim, in other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and a message that I might analyze for possible hidden details. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered before the body was removed. Yes, as well as I already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, thank you. Photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What's that? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before, well, didn't you? You know, when you said that was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that. Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Certainly, if that interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian, I don't speak Russian. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean? Ah, now a famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in? Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Ah, yes, the more sordid details. It's a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads: Revolutionary Wieland Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Is that dude supposed to be the... This vessel made port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma a Russian? Sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape his true identity was discovered. Yes, you. Wieland Bolshevik? No, how could it be me? I don't look anything like this man, just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Oh, please. I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower? Ah, yes, the journalist clearly reviews the man and prints all those particulars in the article. Deeds of a man has perpetrated thus far, and he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyways? This Afghanistan place? Here, take the paper for yourself. It's a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within the pages, but I've seen no rubbish bin nearby. The article about the revolutionary has been entered in the court record, and you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back? Cast your eyes over it sometime if interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt to just glance at the article. Maybe there's a picture or two? Before we started talking, you're examining Kazuma's desk, were you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment. The desktop of the victim. See that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic. Something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you read it already? It's my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what Susato takedown is. Susato-san, aren't you gonna throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Nohara-san. What on earth do you mean? That'd be so unfair. Anyways, to return the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim, it would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of this writing? Pray be precise to its as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy. A smattering. Sayonara? Bonsai? Mikado? Naronaro? I trust you're suitably impressed. But this diary is littered with complicated looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So, what was that all showing off before then? If you would be so kind to show me, I'd be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged. My dear madame. Final entry here is Kazuma's diary consists of 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound. They're very deep waters. Pray, go on. Second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. It looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator. Ventilator grill. Speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. Never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? That the man was presumably referring to? To the lattice up there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin? Yes, the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary has been entered to the court records. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writing and his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants Further investigation, I believe, and if I'm still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great, detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at the stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate, hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No. That'd be somewhat complicated. What? Oh, why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point in trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection, whatever, of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have had no cause to say such thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. Quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said that you were the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. So what? You were looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyways, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Now, Hara-san, what are you just standing there for? You must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can... After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to just give up? You're gonna roll over and accept your fate? As if he gave me a choice in the rolling over part. I think we have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can find and way out of this, and bring the real culprit to justice. Hey, can you read Russian for me? Excuse me? What? I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Do you mind if I investigate outside? Grandmother told me that Japanese people do not make jokes. The criminal asking prison guard to help him escape? Very funny. We're in the middle of the sea. There's no chance of me escaping. Yet, stay in this cabin until next port, and it's up to the Hong Kong police to decide what they do with you. You stay. Alright. There's no point in trying to appeal to this man's better nature, that's for sure. Well, let's look at our stuff. You drew the characters for this paper seal, didn't you, Naruto-san? They're such bold, vivid strokes you made. You're looking at the man who came aboard inside that trunk. Those brush strokes needed to make a statement. They found me in that wardrobe. Those Russians would have hurled me into the freezing cold ocean. We're sure none of the crew members would have done anything like that. Well, not so sure. They would have forced you to wash dishes in the gallery until you were on death's door or something like that. Wash dishes until I was on death's door? That's a lot of dishes. At all? Huh, these must be remnants of the glue you used to stick the paper seal on the wardrobe. That's right. It was pulverized rice. Pulverized rice? Yes, I pulverized some of the rice from my evening meal, even though it broke my heart. Broke your heart? What do you mean? Remember, I was stowaway on the ship. All I had to eat were Cosmo's leftovers. Even a couple grains of rice could have meant the difference between life and death. Oh my, must have been awful for you, Naruto-san. But I have some glue with me. As it happens, you're welcome to use it this evening. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, he doesn't need the glue anymore, though. It doesn't look like there's anything. I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian. No, me neither. No idea what any of this says. A pair of you floundering in a sorry sight, allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, Revolutionary, Milan Bolshevik flees Russian via Shanghai. Yes, you told us that before. It reveals also that those who seized the man's beard with their own eyes never lived to tell a tale. Oh my goodness, he is fearsome. Well, presumably the newspaper's photographer was alright, wasn't he? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he only needs to shave it off. I'm not so sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruto-san? Well, no, I mean it looks like it might be interesting. Can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, how can I? Look at this picture. Perhaps it's about the beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? Very pretty, isn't she? Suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. Can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you noticed this article. Ugh. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. A renowned prima ballerina of Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She was, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavolia. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worthy of some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Susaru-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director, besides herself, would worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavola and the valuable tiara. They requested international assistance at all ports with sailing to Great Britain. Could this be another case of Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even gonna dignify that with this. Not even gonna dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruto. Is that all? What about this? You can hear a faint whistling sound. Looks like some sort of speckled band. They're all that. Books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way. And what's this? A statue of the god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked, but then everything mown down at once. I wonder if perhaps it was Kazuma-sama's doing during his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. And perhaps it was you, Nakamoto-san, in a fit of rage? I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight out again. I don't like seeing a mess. I want to know what this stuff on the floor is. Okay, I guess not. What's this? Yes, it's a bellow cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in the book I was studying that they talked about the life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes. The interests of cultural research, obviously. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. No, I'm sure that it's just everyone is busy, that's all. I think that might be it. Thanks to that so-called detective, I'm even more stuck inside this cabin than I was before. For the time being, I suppose I'll just have to focus my efforts on investigating in here. Oops. This is where... These books are provided for the entertainment of whoever is occupying the cabin, I suppose. They must be well looked after. You mustn't damage any of the ship's property. But it wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. Can't relax when things are in a mess. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt has been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy. Just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would have been no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel. Hopper used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from the outside of the room. The culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from the outside. From the outside of the room in a situation like this. Yes, that clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door in this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. She glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Oh, look over there. The crewman. Do you mean he wasn't there before, was he? That's what I thought. Why don't we try talking to him? Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again. But I suppose I can try. Is that something wrong, Nohara-san? Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. Can't help to feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir? Yes? What can I do for you? What are you doing here? I recognize that face, but it can't be. It is. I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board the ship. Again. You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. Never expected to see this man on board, but perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed up as a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asagodi's son's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jikoku who pushed for this um overseas study tour to go ahead. And he trusts me with ensuring that Asagage, actually Asagi, I believe, Asagi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that have been a possibility? I'm not sure. These complicated times, there are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Chigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't get Soki's son a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board. From morning until night, every day. I've never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here in first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Osagi's son is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize, Inspector. So if there's anything at all I can do to help now, say the word. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. Thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not. We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes. So we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. You moved even to touch the handle of the cabin door. That stormy-looking seaman over there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm gonna need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life down on the line if I had to. But I really don't see how. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruto-san. I presented me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? Just the same as you were. Courts. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hasanaga could use. So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yes, I think I might know what we can use. See if I can present the detective with evidence he needs to persuade the captain. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, What looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? Oh, that's strange. Yes, we are still trying to work out what he meant by that. And what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator? Is it? Very astute, Inspector. The ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right, so if we can investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. Stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't move those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Are you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life up on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. That's the least I can do. Thank you. Let's see the moment then, Naohara-san. Just select moves and leave the cabin last. Alright, let's see what we can find out. Does he have TB or something? Isn't TB like really contagious? He probably has like lung cancer or I don't know. COPD? I don't know. Oh, I've been going on for 7 hours. I'm actually gonna end here. My voice is going out. Yeah, I'm tired. Depending on if I lose my voice or not, I'll probably stream more tomorrow. And you know, probably finish off this case and maybe start the next one depending on how I feel. If not, then I'll stream Tuesday. But I'll let you know. And for anyone else watching, I'll post on Twitter if I'm gonna stream tomorrow or not. Thank you all for coming out. Have a good night. I am really enjoying this game. It puts a toll on my voice though. Anyways, good night.